Good morning. Good morning. Hello, Crime Junkie Jurors. Good morning. Good morning. I gotta turn my ear down. Hold on. Up, down, up, down. I'm right by the air conditioner, so it gets cold. Hello. Hello. It is good to see you all. I am excited for our next live trial. We have Donna Adelson starting today. Jury selection starts today. So we're going to be here for jury selection and we're going to hang out, chit chat, go over the details of the case because some of you followed with me on this before and some of you may be new to it. So we will do a little recap of everything and crash course on everything while we're waiting on them to get the computer or camera stuff going so that we can watch. So if you were here with me last year for Charlie's trial, we did the jury selection. We live streamed that. And then we had the live stream going for the entire trial, but I was actually in court for Charlie's trial. So, which was super interesting. But this year, instead of being in the courtroom, I am going to be here with y'all, experiencing it with y'all live, and I'm very excited about it. So I will give you a quick rundown of who's who in case you missed the video that we put out, kind of explaining who's who and going over all the details. This is a wild one, y'all. This is a wild one. I am not sure I've seen a case handled exactly how this is, where like they're just one by one kind of going through. If you are unfamiliar with Donna Adelson, when I remember leaving Charlie's trial last year after the conviction and everything, and I remember being out in the hallway talking to everybody else that I'd gotten to know during the trial and some of the other people covering it and stuff. And I remember we were out there and we were like, all right, who's next? Is it going to be Donna or Wendy? And I remember standing out there in the hallway with everybody talking about it. And then literally like a week later, my phone starts blowing up. I think I was at bingo with my mom and my phone starts blowing up and it said that Donna Adelson had been arrested. So crazy, crazy stuff. Crazy, crazy stuff. But I'm very excited to see. Okay, this trial is new to me. See, and I know it will be to a lot of you. So we'll do a crash course. Before we get into it though, I want to wait because what they did last year, we got to hear a little bit of, the judge kind of addressing everybody. And then it went to what we called feet finders. Or is it feet fondlers? Which one is it? Never mind. Anyway, they had the camera pointed, and I don't know if they'll do the same thing this year, but they had the camera pointed like down so that all we saw were jurors' feet, like as they were, or potential jurors' feet as they were like walking up there to get questioned for voir dire. So we got to see lovely shoes. There were some Crocs involved. There were also Crocs. So there's that. It was fun. We got to watch feet, but mostly we just sat there and chit chatted and talked about the case and all that good stuff. So that's what we're waiting on right now, is our camera to get started in the courtroom so we can see. Now, here's the thing about this. We have jury selection happening right now, or starting today, I should say. And then after they seat the jury, they're starting openings. So they are not going to it's not going to be like, oh, we're seating a jury, we'll see y'all next week. Like when they do it, they're going to like jump on in. They're ready. The judge that is presiding over this is the same judge that presided over Charlie's last year. And he sounds like somebody. When you hear his voice, he sounds familiar. Maybe I don't know if it's like an actor or something I'm thinking of, y'all will know. Y'all will hear his voice and be like, oh yeah, he sounds like whoever it is that I can't think of. So, I would definitely love to see better prosecution conduct. I will tell you that I love these prosecutors. Georgia Kappelman she's just, I love seeing her in action. Love it. I think she's great. I think she's wonderful. This rings a bell. Was a rental company in Miami involved somewhere along the way? Yes, there was a rental car company in the Miami area that was involved in the way. And then they shot a hole through the rental car. We'll get there. Good morning. This is my first trial with you guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Trial time is interesting. Here's the thing. I love watching these trials with y'all. I love watching the justice system in action. I especially love watching a good solid prosecutor and a good solid prosecution. And I love when, when everything works out how I think it should. There is a lot of evidence. I remember sitting in the courtroom last year and for Charlie's trial, and I remember hearing so much of the evidence, and I was like, this is a lot of evidence against Donna. So I remember thinking, like, she's got to be next. And sure enough, after Charlie's conviction, she booked her and her husband Harvey a one-way flight to Vietnam, and they got her at the Miami airport as she was trying to board the plane. Took her phone. So they had all kinds of evidence against her. And I remember hearing all of it coming out last year during Charlie's trial and thinking, like, this ain't looking good for old Miss Donna. And now that they have her phone and stuff too, and have access to all of that, I'm sure there's a lot more evidence that will come out this time that we didn't get to hear the last time. So, where's the ex-wife now? She's just doing her thing, living her, I don't want to say best life, because, I mean, her brother's locked up, her mama's locked up, her ex-husband and the father of her children is dead. So I don't know if you consider that best life, but anyway, she's not locked up yet. Maybe she's next. Lucy's growling at somebody in the hallway. But we're going to get to all of that. Lucy, she's very angry. She doesn't like people in our hallway. Doesn't like it at all. But we're going to go over all of that. What's really sad is that Dan is, like, other than Wendy and her family, you can't find anybody who says anything negative about Dan. Like, he was super, super smart, great guy. Like, and when I say smart, I mean, like, Cambridge and Harvard. He was a law professor at FSU in Tallahassee, which is hop, skip, and a jump from here. I mean, he was, loving father. All of this kind of happened basically when he and Wendy were going through a pretty contentious divorce. She wanted to take their two children and move them down to South Florida where her family lived, and she petitioned to have the judge approve that, and the judge was like, no, like, y'all live here, there's custody agreement, custody arrangement, and you can't just up and leave. Because I'll tell you, because here in the Panhandle, I always joke, because, like, people forget that we're Florida. Like, this is still Florida. People think we're, like, just lower Alabama, but this is still Florida. But Southern Florida, it's like a whole different world. It's like you need a passport to get, like, it's not just right down the road. It's like 7 hour drive, 8 hour drive, something like that, to get to where, from Tallahassee to where she was wanting to move. So the judge said no, and he dismissed that request with prejudice. So he's like, no, and don't ask again, basically. And then, it wasn't long after that Dan was killed in his driveway. So very, very sad situation. And what I think is one of the saddest things about it is that it's all because he loved his kids, because he was a good dad, because he didn't want to just, let them, he wanted to be a part of their lives. He wanted to, be an involved father. He wanted to spend time with them and didn't want them hightailing it down to South Florida. So, and because of that, he lost his life. Very, very sad. Very, very sad. But like I said, other than Wendy and her family, you really can't find anybody that says anything negative about him. He seemed like fantastic dude. So, this is the, did y'all see the video for the Who's Who? Kind of like the rundown of Who's Who. We put a video out if you haven't seen it. Basically, I'll give you a quick rundown while we're waiting on the feed to start. There is the whole conviction situation started with the first of the hitmen. She eats so loud. Can you hear her? I have my filter thing on where it's supposed to filter out extra noise, but she's not ladylike when she eats. I get it. I'm not either, but she's like, can you hear that? Anyway, so loud. I know you got to hear that, right? She's so loud. Anyway, Lucy just doing her thing. The first conviction that happened was a plea deal. Luis Garcia, he was the head of the Latin Kings in the Miami area. Why are you whining? You just ate your whole breakfast. Like she wants like dessert. He was the head of the Latin Kings in Miami area. He and his buddy Sigfredo Garcia are the two hired hitmen. So Luis Garcia took a plea deal and ended up testifying against the rest of them. The first trial was, calm down. The first trial was Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine McBanois. And Sigfredo Garcia was convicted. Catherine McBanois was a hung jury. She went back to trial again, was convicted that time. And then the next trial was Charlie Adelson. And that one was, 2 years ago, right? Yeah, 2 years ago. So, Luis Garcia has testified in all the trials. Wendy Adelson has testified in all the trials. There was a hearing yesterday. Wendy Adelson has immunity for her testimony, meaning that don't mean she can't be prosecuted. But what that means is that anything that she says on the stand can't be used against her if she is prosecuted. They can't take anything that she says when she's under her subpoena as, a way to get more information on her or use it against her in her own trial if that should come, when that should come, etc. But here's the thing. The defense has also, which is her mama has also sent her a subpoena, and Wendy's attorney was like, no, we want to quash that subpoena. We don't have the protection under that we do with the prosecution. So we don't want the defense to be able to elicit testimony that could potentially, that she's not protected for. So if she were to get up there under a defense subpoena as opposed to the prosecution subpoena, then her testimony is no longer protected. So she wanted to quash that subpoena because she's like, look, if y'all call me up there, I'm just going to plead the fifth because I don't have the protection under that I do under the prosecution one. So that's what happened yesterday. And that is, yes, the Aladdin Kings. They do. Okay, so for those who didn't watch the last trial, Roshbaum, he pronounces Latin Kings Latin Kings, like instead of Latin, which I don't think any of us say Latin, but I'm enunciating so that you can understand my country accent. I say Latin, but he says Latin Kings. So then it became the Aladdin Kings. Aladdin Kings. There's also a Latin like law enforcement. Same thing. Why are you whining? Why are you whining? You're not abused. You have a full belly. You've been out. Oh, you're fine. She's bossy. So, there's also all kinds of other stuff that comes up. Like how Charlie Adelson likes to staple his $100 bills together into stacks of 1,000, which is weird. And then he has or had, he don't have it in prison. He liked sports cars, and he had one that had Maestro on the tag. Look, now she finally sat down. I think she's mad at me. She's very bossy. So the wife had nothing to do with it. Depends on who you ask. I think she did. I'll be honest. I think she did. Now, she does have the presumption of innocence. However, just my opinion, I think she did. And as we go through the evidence, as they walk through everything, you'll kind of see why. But I think that there is, personally, I think that there is, for example, and like I said, we'll go through like our big, who's who and like the background of the story and all that in just a minute. But just for those of you who have watched before and know, know a little bit about it. The morning that Dan Markel was shot and killed, she was going to the liquor store to get bullet liquor for a housewarming party. I think it was a housewarming party. I think it was a housewarming party or stock the bar party or whatever. And she went the long way, which ends up putting her by the house. And, so she saw that there were police out there and stuff, and just weird little things like that. And then, getting her, the Geek Squad was coming to her house and getting her TV fixed. And Charlie Adelson said, her brother made a joke. You'll hear about the joke, made a joke about how, he was going to hire hitmen to, as a divorce present for her, but ended up getting a TV instead because it was cheaper. So, yeah. All right, let me get my notes pulled up because I know there's going to be some things I remember. Oh, I think we should be getting started. Let's see. Oh, let me boost our sound and get us ready. Hi, hello, hello. Yes, I'm happy we're together too. I am getting... Let me get my screen shared. Tech Problem Tuesday. Tech Problem Tuesday. I love that everybody's coming in saying sup players. I don't think we'll ever be able to address each other as anything other than that, right? Sorry, Tech Problem Tuesday. Off to a great start. Better now than when the trial actually starts, though. Good morning. Extra coffee Tuesday. That's what I really need. Lots of snitching. The girl Catherine had a mistrial and got convicted her second round. Yeah, she had a joint trial with Sigfredo Garcia, the father of her children. And then he got convicted. And then she had her second trial and then she got convicted. And, you know, during those two trials, she was like, nope, I didn't have anything to do with it. It wasn't me. I didn't have anything to do with it. And then in Charlie's trial, she actually testified Yes, I'm going to do a big recap about this in just a moment. There's like 2 minutes of them addressing stuff this morning, so I'm trying to get that so we can watch it real quick before I dive into all of that. But from Tuesday. Did you see the emergency hearing called yesterday? It was kind of hard to follow because the mics were so bad yesterday. Yeah, it was really, really bad. I think they had their own tech problem Tuesday. All right. So we have our live feed up, but let me do our sound booster too. See if I can actually hear them when they come back. But yeah, the oh shoot. The hearing yesterday was for that subpoena that I was talking about earlier for Wendy. Hold on, I have to change this because let me remove this. I'm gonna try to do this again. Now let me try to share this. Tech problem Tuesday. See heads walking by. Oh, please. That's a good shot. Feet finders. We have our feet finders. We have our feet finders. That's what we've all been waiting on, right? This is only feet. This is the exciting part. All right. Oh, those are cute boots. Did you see those? Those were cute. Do we have audio? Do we have audio? Come on, talk. Surprised I haven't spotted any flip-flops yet. Yeah, and it's really hot here right now, too. She has an immunity deal, basically meaning that anything she says on the stand can't be used against her, but it doesn't mean that she can't be prosecuted. I'm just watching. I'm waiting on him to talk to see if we have audio. Really missing OnlyFans about now. Yeah. Did y'all have withdrawals from OnlyFans when it was over? I missed y'all too. I did too. And then I just wandered around my house looking at all of the ceiling fans. But not withdrawals from Brendan and Bev. True. True. We have no audio. Okay, let me... Tech Problem Tuesday.
Any question, please raise your hand. For the record, none of the prospective jurors have raised their hands. Are any of you at this time under current prosecution for any crime, either in a state or a federal court? Please raise your hands if this describes your situation. Once again, for the record, none of the prospective jurors have raised their hands. As to matters in which you can be excused by law, is any person here a sworn federal, state, or local law enforcement officer or investigative personnel? No hands have been raised in response to the court's questions. Is anyone an expecting mother or a parent responsible for the full-time care of a child under 6 years of age? All right. Sir, if that is, please form a line and I will deal with you momentarily just in the middle. Is anyone present 70 years of age or older?
I love that we get to hear the questions.
No hands have been raised in response to this question. Has anyone performed state jury service within the last year? And by last year, what I'm referring to would be August 19th, 2024 to today. No hands have been raised in response to that question. Is anyone responsible for the full-time care of a person with a physical or mental incapacity who is incapable of caring for themselves, and your presence will create a hardship? No one has responded in the affirmative to that question. Is anyone a full-time student between the ages of 18 and 21 years of age who is attending a high school, state university, private post-secondary educational institution, Florida college system institution, or career center. Right, if you please can stand behind the gentleman in the aisle.
Who does he sound like? He sounds like somebody.
We also have one new one by statute. Has anyone given birth within the 6 months before the reporting date on your summons, and you are seeking to be excused for that reason? No hands have been raised in response. Right, one by one, if you please can come forward, and I will address the issue in which you responded to your questions, or to the court's questions, I should say. If the attorneys wish to listen to the court's conversation with the respective juror, do so. This might sound funny in the courtroom, some of the microphones everywhere, but we'll try to keep the distance as much as possible.
I like that we get to hear some of the questions that they ask. He sounds like somebody, and I can't think of who it is. This is Judge Everett. He did Charlie's trial too. I love the question about has anybody given birth? I know, right? Or over 70. I miss the crash daddies. We all miss the crash daddies. All right, so while they're asking all this and we're just impatiently waiting on them to come back and say more things so that we can eavesdrop, he kind of sounds like Stanley from The Office. I feel like he sounds like somebody that like I just can't put my finger on it. Or maybe not. Anyway, okay. Or maybe I just like because that, you know, he's done the other trials and stuff. He just feels familiar. But I feel like he sounds like a 90s sitcom actor that I can't put my finger on. We'll figure it out. Okay, so let's do a recap on everything that has gone on with this. Also, I love that we can kind of like see his little head right here. It's comforting just knowing he's there. Okay, so for those of you who are, oh, it might be Carl Winslow. It might be. It's like that voice, it just sounds familiar. Anyway, for those of you who aren't familiar with this one, it gets a little messy. Messy's probably the best way to describe it because there are a lot of people and there's a lot of stuff that's happened. So I will give you kind of like a Cliff's Notes version of everything that has happened since Dan Markel's murder. There will be a lot of evidence that has come in, that comes in at trial that we've heard in some of the previous trials, and then there will also be new evidence because now they have Donna's digital trail that they didn't have before, so that will be very interesting. But I'll kind of give you a breakdown of who's who and what's what and how we got here. All right, so this trial, of course, is for Donna Adelson. She is being charged with the murder of her son-in-law, former son-in-law, Dan Markel. Now, she was arrested like I said, right after Charlie's trial, I think it was like the day after he was convicted, she booked one-way flights for her and her husband Harvey to go to Vietnam. And the reason that we think she's going to Vietnam, she's caught on phone saying, you know, she was looking for countries that have like non-extradition countries, so that basically if she was going to be indicted, they wouldn't send her back here, so she can kind of like escape the law, basically. Harvey, we
All right, now that we've settled the issues of who is eligible to serve and actually remain, we are going to proceed with the process this morning. The first thing that we are going to do is to discuss what you may know about this case, if you've heard anything about it at all.
I've heard stuff.
This case has received some publicity, and there also was a related case that took place almost 2 years ago. This process is going to be handled individually because you will not need to know what others may already know concerning this matter. However, before we start that questioning, I am going to give you some very important instructions. Many of you have cell phones, computers, and other electronic devices with you. Even though you have not yet been selected as a juror in this case, there are some rules that you must follow about using your cell phones, electronic devices, and computers from this point moving forward. You must not use your phones or devices to search the internet or to find out anything that is related to this case. Between now and when you have actually been discharged from jury selection or jury duty, you must not provide or receive any information about your jury service to anyone, including friends, coworkers, and family members. You may tell those who need to know where you are that you have been called for jury duty. If you are picked for the jury, you may tell people that you have been selected for the jury and how long the case may take. However, you must not give anyone any information about the case itself or the people that are involved in this case. You must also warn people not to try to say anything to you or write to you about your jury service or the case itself. This includes face-to-face interactions, phone or computer communications. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress to you that you must not use electronic devices or computers to talk about this case. This would include tweeting, texting, blogging, emailing, posting information on a website or chat room, or through any other means at all. Do not send or accept any messages, including email and text messages about your jury service. You must not disclose your thoughts about your jury service or ask for any advice on how to decide the case. Further, you must not read nor listen to any news accounts about the case until you have been excused in this matter. Please avoid the newspaper and television broadcast, particularly the local news stations. Also, avoid any social media or any internet news sites concerning this matter as well. Mr. Zellman, if you still have the statement of case on your computer, I will just read it from that. You may. I'm going to read to you at this time a statement of the case that has been agreed upon by the parties. On July 18th, 2014, FSU College of Law professor Dan Markel was shot while seated in his car. This happened in the driveway of Markel's home on Trescott Drive in the Benton Hills neighborhood. The killers traveled to Tallahassee from Miami to commit the murder in a rented silver green color Prius. The defendant and alleged conspirator in this murder was the former mother-in-law of Dan Markel. She has entered a plea of not guilty. The statement of the case that I have just read to you is not evidence, and it's not to be considered by you as evidence or any proof of guilt. You must not be influenced by this statement. It is merely informing you of the accusation that has been made by the state against the defendant. Before we speak with you individually and privately about this case, some of you may be excused. Mr. Zellman, you can take it. I'm also going to read to you at this time the material part of the indictment that has been filed against the defendant.
This tells
Once
us a lot.
again, the indictment is not evidence, and it's not to be considered as evidence or any proof of guilt. You must not be influenced by the fact that an indictment has been filed in this case. It is merely a formal method by which the state makes an accusation against the defendant. It is alleged in count 1 that on or about July 18, 2014, Donna S. Adelson in the county, Leon, and state of Florida did unlawfully kill a human being, Daniel Markel, by shooting with a firearm, and the killing was perpetrated from or with a premeditated design or intent to effect the death of Daniel Markel, contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 2. Beginning in 2013 and until October 1st of 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with Charles Adelson and or Catherine McBanois and or other persons to commit first-degree murder, contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 3. It is alleged that beginning in 2013 and until October 1st of 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did solicit another to commit first-degree murder, and in the course of such solicitation, commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested the person, Charles Adelson and or Catherine McBanois, and or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute first-degree murder, which resulted in the death of Daniel Markel, contrary to the Florida statutes. I believe I said this before, but we are now going to speak with each of you individually and privately about this matter. Some of you may be excused during this process. The rest of you will remain to participate in the next phase of the jury selection process. Individual voir dire is time-consuming, but will go a lot smoother if you are prepared to tell us what we need to know. The basic questions that you will be asked are the following. Number 1, what do you know about this case? Number 2, what sources have you obtained this knowledge from? Number 3, based on what you know, do you have an opinion about Mrs. Adelson's guilt or innocence? Number 4, can you set aside your present knowledge, disregard it, and render a verdict solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom? Can you be fair and impartial? Number 5, do you have any reason that you cannot serve on this jury for potentially up to 3 weeks? It will save us all a lot of time if you think about these 5 questions and you are prepared to give a prompt answer when you are called back. We are going to discuss one thing with you individually, specifically as it relates to the hardship of serving on this jury. We expect the jury selection process to take until Thursday of this week. After that process is complete, we expect the trial to start on Friday and potentially go for 2 weeks after that. All in total, we expect the proceedings from today may take up to 3 weeks. We understand that is a burden for anyone to serve for that length of time. However, we cannot make our system of justice work unless we have good people that are willing to do their civic duty as jurors. Similar to military service, we will have to call on our citizens at times to make sacrifices. Jury duty is one of those times. You will probably never be called upon again for something of this nature to serve in a lengthy trial. I understand for some of you, this may not be possible under the circumstances. To give you a little more information about what this will involve, you are not going to be sequestered during the trial, meaning you will be capable of going home and returning to the courthouse each day. For the most part, we will work a regular business day, but on occasion it may be necessary to work a little bit longer based on the witness schedules. I will do my best to adhere to a regular schedule so it will not disrupt your lives. Please give some thoughts as to whether any of you may have a major problem, including a physical issue, that would prevent you from giving this case your full attention and performing your duties as a juror. Please be patient with us as we will be working as efficiently as possible. The bailiffs, the clerks, and court administration will be assisting here in the courtroom. Please follow the bailiff's or clerk's instructions. You are not to discuss this case while you are waiting or anywhere else until you have been excused. Also as well, there is reading material that has been provided by the court in the form of some magazines that are available to you if you would like to read. You also may look at your phones, but you are not to speak to each other or have any conversations about the case or anything else. For this instruction, does anyone have a question? Because I want to clear this up before we get underway.
Questions?
Again, you are not to speak to each other. You are not to discuss the case. You may look at your phones. You are not to look at any material that is related to this case. You also may read the reading material that has been provided by the court. Please do not listen to or read any media accounts on your phone or anywhere else until you have been excused. We will begin with the individual process at this point. If the parties please can relocate to the jury room, we will call each of you by your number, and from there we will go through the individual screening. If the bailiffs also can position themselves through the room as need be to make sure the orders are going to be enforced.
Oh. There's Donna. Look at Bev's cup. That turquoise cup. Okay. Bev's cup in the house. All right, so now let's do our rundown of the case. I wanted to hear what he said. I love that we get to hear like the 5 main jury questions that they're going to be asking, and all that mess. I love being able to hear all that mess. This is not something that's usually streamed. So obviously they can't stream, you know, actually talking to the jurors, but even this part is not usually streamed. So I like being able to kind of get the, because y'all know I'm nosy. I like to hear the inside scoop on everything. All right. So rundown on sorry, I had to make a note. Rundown of the case. All right, so we are here for, like he said, Donna Adelson. He just gave you like a little rundown of her charges or whatever, the indictments. This is going to be interesting. So here's the scoop on Donna. She is married to Harvey Adelson. Harvey was a very successful dentist in the Miami area. Very affluent, lots of money. They had, Donna and Harvey have 3 children. Now, Rob is the one who we don't really hear much of. He lives in New York. I think he's a doctor, if I remember right. But he's the one who's kind of not involved in any of this. Like, he's like, you know, look, family's a little crazy. I'm going to scooch on up to New York and let y'all, you know, be in Florida being weird. So we don't really hear from him much. Now, the other brother, because Donna and Harvey have 3 children. That's Rob is the one in New York. The other brother is Charlie Adelson. He's the one who had his trial 2 years ago. And then, of course, the other one is Wendy, who is kind of at the center of all of this. And during Charlie's trial, one thing I noticed in the courtroom is that he didn't have anybody there. Like he didn't have, none of the family was there. That side of the courtroom was pretty empty for the most part. There were a couple of girls who worked in the dentist office, I think, and after they testified, they sat in the front row, or I don't know if it's, I can't remember if it's front row. They sat over there on that side for a little while, but other than that, like, I mean, he really didn't have anybody over there for him. It was mostly just, overflow from prosecution side and media. So, anyway, Charlie was a periodontist, and he was actually working for the Adelson Institute, working for the family business, basically. And he also worked at some other offices in the area. He also, ton of money, like I said, liked sports cars, all that kind of stuff, had a reputation as ladies' man, I guess, or just a floozy. I won't say ladies' man. He had a reputation as a floozy. He's the one who was on trial for murder and solicitation to commit murder 2 years ago. And Wendy is the only girl. She's the one who's at the center of all of this. She is the ex-wife of Dan Markel. Hi, publicly buzzed. Hello. Hello. Karen Reed is guilty. You're late. That trial's over. Anywho, so Dan and Wendy were both attorneys. They had 2 boys together. The boys, I think, are they're teenagers now, I believe, because this was 2014-ish. So yeah, they have to be teenagers now. This has been going on for a long time, y'all. This is the kids are teenagers now, but they were very young then. So that's who's who in the Adelson family. Now, the connections that to the other ones that I mentioned, like the hitmen and all that, there was kind of like the middleman, or like the, murder broker, or whatever title you want to give her, is Catherine McBanawa. So Catherine Katie, she met Charlie through one of the dentist office that he was working at, and they kind of started dating a little bit, seeing each other. The father of her children, who she was also on again, off again with for years, is Sigfredo Garcia. Sigfredo Garcia and Katie McBanawa have, I think, 2 kids together. I see heads walking. Every time I see a head walk by, I'm like, something happening? It's nothing happening. They had a couple of kids together. So Katie is kind of the one who put them in, she was kind of like the middleman with everything. What's interesting about Katie, she is, like I said, she went through her first trial with Sigfredo Garcia and was, he was convicted, and it was a hung jury for her, and then she was convicted in her second trial. And then the third trial was Charlie's, and she testified against that one. But what's interesting, they offered her immunity, like no prison time, if she would testify against the rest of them, and she turned it down. And now she's sentenced to life. I can't even. But anyway, I guess she thought she could beat it. She couldn't. She's convicted, and I'm sure she's kicking herself every day for turning down that immunity deal. But after she was convicted, then she finally was more open to actually saying what happened, and so she testified at the last trial. Sigfredo Garcia, who is the father of her children, and Luis Rivera are also in the South Florida area, Miami area. Like I said, Luis Rivera was the leader of the Latin Kings. And I think in this trial, they're not allowed to mention Latin Kings, if I remember right. I think when I was going through all the court documents, I don't think that they're allowed to mention Latin Kings. I think that one's being kept out of this trial. Let me know if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I remember reading that when I was going through all the documents. Okay, so it all started, all of the prosecution stuff, like I said earlier, started with Luis Rivera. He accepted a plea deal. He pled guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for testifying against the rest of them. And he got a sentence of, I can't remember exactly what it was. I'd have to pull up my notes, but whatever his sentence was, it's basically running concurrently because he was already locked up. It's running concurrent with his federal sentence that he was already serving. So basically, he's like, yep, I'll, sentence me for this. I'm already going to be here in federal prison anyway. I'll do my time here and then I'll get out. So he is actually going to be able to get out. I think it's like 19 years, if I remember right. I could be wrong. So anyway, he has testified against Sigfredo, against Catherine, against Charlie, and he is expected to testify also against Donna. Now, from what he said, like you can watch his interview with police and his testimony from previous trials, and I mean, he seems like he's being very honest about what happened. He has no reason, not to be, I guess. But he kind of gives the whole rundown of what happened, and he's able to piece things together. And part of his testimony, when he says the lady, he never says Donna's name, as Donna, but he calls her the lady. So like I said, Dan was a law professor at FSU. This all happened in July of 2014. So, I mean, we're like, this is more than 9 years now. Dan was shot twice in the head, and he passed away. He was taken to the hospital, passed away later that day. Now, he was actually in his driveway garage area, and when all of this commotion happened, the neighbor actually looked out and was able to see a silver Prius that the judge mentioned a minute ago, was able to see a silver Prius pulling around. That's how all this started. Now, one thing about Dan too, he is very committed to Jewish heritage. It's a very important thing for him. After high school, he went to, I mentioned earlier, he went to Cambridge and Harvard. He super, super smart guy, doing really well, very successful. And then he meets Wendy on a Jewish dating site. Wendy is also an attorney. Although in the last trial, didn't she say she didn't remember? What was it? She said she didn't remember what it was, or she didn't know what it meant. I can't remember. There was something very basic in the law world, and she was like, I don't know what that is. And we were like, you're an attorney. Anyway, so Wendy and Dan meet on a Jewish dating site. Dan's offered a job at FSU as a law professor, so they end up in Tallahassee. Now, I guess Wendy wasn't a fan of Tallahassee. She didn't really like it when they ended up here. She wrote this novel, which I guess kind of was a representation of her life. But she talked in that novel about how, she didn't like being in this new town or whatever. She wasn't happy. They were married for a while, but things started to kind of go downhill. She ended up filing for divorce. I think he was out of town and he got back, and she had cleaned out a ton of furniture from the house and took a lot of the kids' stuff and left divorce papers. So Dan gets back from being out of town and sees these divorce papers. They go through all of this. He sees that she's cleaned out the house. It's a really, really bad time for him. So this was in 2012, I think, because it was 2 years. Yeah, so about, I think it's 2012. Let me just get out my notes so I can quit guessing. I'm doing this from memory. Let me get out my notes. I have all my notes from Charlie trial. I should just get my notes instead of guessing. Dan should have bounced when they served non-kosher food at the wedding and lied to him about it. Yeah, that's another big thing. So, and that kind of, you know, that kind of goes to show a little bit of the overbearing kind of control that Wendy had, or I'm sorry, Wendy's family had over her. You know, that was a big deal for him. And if you know it's a big deal for him and it's his wedding too, why would you serve non-kosher food knowing that, you know, that matters to him and then lie about it? Just, it's a whole big mess. All right. So yes, 2012. So, he gets home and he has these divorce papers. So, Dan didn't want to, things had gotten really bad, you know, when he had obviously kind of checked out, but Dan wasn't ready to just give up. So he did want to try to work on things, but Wendy had already pretty much checked out, so it was a no-go. So they start going through this divorce and it got really, really bad. Wendy, like I said, didn't like being in Tallahassee, so she wanted to go down to South Florida, Miami area to be near her family. So she actually filed a motion to be able to relocate their 2 children to be able to go to Miami instead of being there in Tallahassee. And he, of course, said, no, like, you can't just take our children away. We have a custody agreement, whatever. So the judge denied her motion, dismissed it, said basically, nope, don't ask again. You can't do that. So that meant she was going to have to stay in Tallahassee at least until both of the children turned 18. And she did not want to do that. Donna at this point has become very involved in their divorce. And Charlie too. Charlie and Wendy were very close. So they start meddling. They become very involved. There's a lot of digital evidence that you're going to hear, like emails and things like that, that are going to be, I mean, it shows just how contentious everything was, but also it shows how negatively Donna talked about Dan, even in front of the children. There were things that she said, like she said he was stupid and that she hated him and that, you know, he was trying to take her sunshines away, meaning the children. And she would say these things in front of the kids. And so the kids would tell him this, like, you know, oh, by the way, you know, grandma hates you. So he hears this, and it obviously that's not good. So there's also emails that were, I can't remember exactly what she said, but she emailed Wendy when they're going through all of this divorce, and you can see that she's trying to kind of control everything. And she's telling Wendy like something about how, you know, you're a good actress. I've seen you be a good actress. So now you have to go be the best actress that you've ever been, or what, I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember exactly what it said, but it'll come out in the trial too, I'm sure. But she's like really involved, you know, putting her tentacles all up in their divorce, trying to make everything kind of work out how she wants it to, because she wants Wendy and the children down in South Florida with them. Oh, and Gibbers. Yes. They call him Gibbers. They call him all kinds of derogatory things and nicknames, and Gibbers is one of them. So just super disrespectful toward him, you know, not good. She also kind of seems to internalize it a little bit. Donna does, like almost making it like it stops being based on the stuff that we've seen and the stuff that's come out in court. It kind of stops being about, you know, their divorce, and it starts being about the Adelson family versus Dan. It becomes more about winning than it does about what's actually good for the children or what's actually, fair in the divorce or anything like that. It becomes about her just wanting to win, which is kind of crazy. She goes as far as trying to kind of coach Wendy to do all of these things that are really disrespectful, that she knows. Like, there was one thing I can't remember what the situation was. She said something about having the kids dress up as Hitler. I mean, like, and she's also Jewish, by the way. She's like, so talking about converting the kids to Catholicism, just all kinds of stuff. Basically, like, anything that she could do or coach Wendy to do to try to hurt Dan and, win against him. It was crazy. There has also been talk about, them offering to pay him, I think it was like $1 million or something crazy, to let the kids move down there. Just all kinds of stuff. So, anyway, the divorce is finalized. Both of them move on, start dating other people. Now, the boyfriend that Wendy starts dating, we heard from him in previous trials, and his name is Jeff. What's Jeff's last name? Jeff something. He actually looks a lot like Dan too, which is kind of, I guess she has a type. She looks a lot like him, but he actually interviewed with police, and you can, like, I'm sure we'll watch that during the trial too. But he even talks about how yeah, oh yes, thank you. See, anytime I can't remember names, y'all have always got my back. That's Jeff's last name. So yeah, he was like, he did an interview and he's like, yeah, they have like an unhealthy hate for him. It was bad. And he was like, I feel like I was going to be the the fall guy. Like, I thought, she was trying to set me up. I can't wait for him to take the stand. He was one of the most interesting, and he don't hold back. So with all of this stuff that's going on, and all of the hate and all of the anger and all of the, disrespectful stuff and all of that, Dan was like, this isn't cool. So there were other things too. I mean, like, this is going, with Wendy tried to hide money or like falsify how much she made or something like that. There was something with financials. I know that one of the attorneys for the divorce had testified about all of that too. So there's a whole bunch of messiness going on. So while all of this is going on, Charlie, meanwhile down in South Florida, has started dating Katie McBanawa. At a party one day, I think it was like a Halloween party if I remember right. They've been dating for a little while, whatever. She and Charlie are at a party or leaving a party or something, and he's like, oh, by the way, do you know anybody who could hurt somebody? And she was like, well, yeah, as a matter of fact, I do. The father of her children and his friend. So basically, she kind of brokered this whole situation. Charlie and Donna, according to the prosecution, are working all of this stuff out to have Katie's on-again, off-again boyfriend / father of her children and his friend basically drive up to Tallahassee and kill Dan so that Wendy can move down to South Florida to be near their family. Now, when Lewis testifies, he refers to her as the lady. He never says Donna, but he says, the lady wanted this because she wanted the kids back. And everything is the lady. So I've seen theories that some of that could be referring to Wendy as well, because he said, wanting to get the kids back or whatever. But there's a manila envelope that Charlie gives Katie to give to Sigfredo and Lewis, and it had, I think, the address and a picture of Dan Markel. So they end up driving up to Tallahassee. They had a first attempt where they drove up to try to kill him, and it didn't work out. The second time they went up there, they ended up, they did go up there and kill him. They followed him around. He had dropped the kids off, had gone to the gym, I think, and then had driven home. They followed him and pulled up behind him, shot him twice, and then left him. The neighbor looks out the window in time to see this silver Prius driving off. So all of this happens, and the police go get Wendy. She's having lunch with a friend, and they go get her and bring her in. We will watch her interview, and it is bizarre. It is bizarre. And the reason it is so bizarre is for a few things, but one of those things, when they're talking to her about who could have done this and where, you know, what could have happened, do you know anybody who wanted to harm him, whatever. And she says something about, you know, how anybody who did this, she would want them to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. But now if it was like my family, then, you know, that would be different. That would be a little bit harder. And she mentions her brother in the police interview. And she tells the police about that joke that he made about how, you know, he was going to hire hitmen, but it was cheaper to get her a new TV. She tells the police about this, and she tells them, you know, when she's like, yeah, I would, you know, anybody should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, but if it was my brother, you know, like, or if it was my family, that would be a little bit harder. Then she calls her mom while she's on camera in this police interview, and she's telling her mom, like, Mom, are you sitting down? But she's very calm when she's doing it. Like, she's very, very calm. And she's like, Mom, are you sitting down? And she tells her mom, and you can't hear her mom. She doesn't have her, like, I don't remember specifically. I'm pretty sure she doesn't have her own speaker. If she does, then I've just completely blocked that out of my memory. But she's telling her mom. And then when she hangs up, this is weird too. She hangs up and she tells the police, she's like, well, my mom sounded surprised, so that's good. Like, oh, I thought it might be my mom, but she sounded surprised, so it might not be. Like, it was so bizarre. So when they play that again, you know, for anybody who hasn't seen it, we'll be able to watch it again. It was really, really weird. So, anyway, the police talk to the neighbor who tells them about the silver Prius. Then they kind of go through Dan's timeline for the day. He went to the gym, he went here, whatever. So they pull the video footage, and they see this silver Prius that matches the description that the neighbor gave, following him in the parking lot of the gym. And if I remember right, I think it had like a sticker on the windshield. And they are able, because you know, nothing's like high tech, like clear pictures on these videos. So you can only kind of pick up what you can pick up. But if I remember right, I think it's like a sticker that they see on the windshield, and it's like and they realize it's like the sticker of like a rental car company, how they have like the stickers on the windshield. And so they're able to track this silver Prius to this car rental company in Miami, which is how they find Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. So now it becomes like, okay, who are these random dudes in Miami who came, you know, rented a car and came up to Tallahassee to kill this law professor? And they're able to link Sigfredo Garcia to Katie McBanawa, who then is linked to Charlie Adelson, and then that's kind of how everything all came together. kind of crazy. I think on the first trip that they did to Tallahassee, they kind of did like some recon, like looking to see where Dan goes, kind of what he does, that type thing. But they never did, obviously, didn't kill him during that trip. When they came back, they did. So sad. So Charlie is Donna's son, yes. Charlie is sentenced to life. Oh, and then we'll hear about the bump. So Charlie and Katie, well, and that's another thing too. Okay, you always, anytime you're looking for something, you always follow the money. So that's kind of how they started piecing everything together. Well, then as they're going through all of the digital evidence and stuff like that, then, Katie is all of a sudden getting these payments from the Adelson Institute, who, she wasn't working with them to get the kind of money she was getting. And I think there was also breast augmentation thrown in there, among other things. Yeah, it was a hitman. So the Adelsons hired Lewis and Sigfredo as hitmen to go kill him. Yeah. Lovely, right? So they are able to basically put it all together and go down there. Now, one thing that's interesting too, let me get my notes. I'm sitting here winging it from memory. Let me just get my notes. Here's what I have in my notes. Dan and Wendy married in 2006, divorced in 2013, shared custody of their 2 young sons. The judge denied Wendy's motion to relocate the children from Tallahassee to South Florida, where her family was. Prosecutors argued that was the motive for the murder for hire plot. Wendy denies any involvement in that. Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera drove from Miami area to Tallahassee in a rented Prius. Rivera, a Latin Kings gang member, or Latin Kings if you're Rashbaum, took a plea deal and testified that Garcia was the shooter. He described a $100,000 payoff that was split among the killers and the go-between, which was Katie. And then there was the bump. This is like an undercover sting. So in April of 2016, the FBI staged an undercover situation. They've called it the bump, where an agent approached Donna Adelson on the street, and there's video of it. And this is in Miami, and he hands her a note and says, basically, somebody wanted money to stay quiet about that situation that he took care of for them up north, as in Tallahassee. And they called it a bump because they wanted to kind of like bump the situation along, nudge them to get the phone lines going and all that so they could hear, wiretaps and hear them talking. So the whole encounter immediately, triggers Donna to call Charlie, and there's a recording where she's like, yeah, it's that situation that, you and I both know about, and she's kind of like talking in code, but wants to meet to talk to him about it or whatever. So the next day, Charlie and Katie meet at Dolce Vita, a restaurant in Miami, and they're talking about it. That audio is played, but it's really hard to hear because they're in a crowded restaurant. But they couldn't even hear it for the longest time. Then they had somebody kind of go in and digitally enhance it and clean it up so that they could they could try to figure out who's who. And hear what they're saying. So they talk in that recording, if I remember, about he says something, I can't remember exactly what it was. He says something about, you know, how he thought, if he thought that they had enough to convict him, you know, that he would flee or something like that. There's something that he says in like that. But so he doesn't come out and say in this recording, you know, like, hey, I like, you know, we did this and we're screwed. But he says enough about it to where it's very damning for him. So the first trial was in 2019, and Sigfredo Garcia, like I said, was convicted, and then it was life sentence for him, and then the mistrial for Katie McBanawat, and then she was retried in 2022 and then found guilty and sentenced to life there. And she appealed, but her convictions were upheld. And then the next year was Charlie's trial. He was convicted of first-degree murder, conspiracy, and then solicitation for murder. And then he was also sentenced to life. And then the day after he was convicted is when she booked those plane tickets, one-way plane tickets to Vietnam. And then, of course, she was arrested in the Miami airport as she was trying to flee on her one-way flight to Vietnam, which is a non-extradition country. So she is also charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation, which is what the judge read off earlier today. Wendy has still not been charged. Harvey has not been charged. But I think a lot of people think that Wendy may be next. The money was washed and stapled. So that's another weird thing. Katie McBanawat testified that the money that she got from Charlie was like damp. And like as if it had like actually been put through a washer. Like damp. And he would staple his money. He would staple his $100 bills together in stacks of 1,000. Staple them. I didn't know the Latin kings drove Prius. Well, who knew? Yeah, Donna, watching the money is speculation. Money left in a safe for long periods of time can become wet and moldy. It's kind of one of those weird things that like came out in trial and we're all like, wait, what? It was damp? The money was damp? So I was wondering if there's suspicions of Harvey being involved. So Harvey comes into play a lot because it's like in a lot of their communications, they talked about how, you know, they were working on Harvey's birthday gift. And, you know, Donna really wanted Charlie to come through for Harvey's birthday gift. And it was kind of like she was saying, the way that it comes out is like that this is going to be his birthday gift. Now, what they say his birthday gift is what was that food that they were having made? Paella. It was paella, wasn't it? And they swear that that's what they were talking about, that they, you know, were having paella made for his birthday. That's what his birthday gift was. Super, super messy. No one told Donna money is dry clean only, right? They chose a Prius because that's what Wendy's boyfriend drove. They were trying to set him up. Okay, in my opinion, yeah, let me pull up my notes on Jeff. Uh-oh. Looks these eyes are rolling back in her head. Let's see. I'm gonna sneeze. What was Jeff's last name? Because Lacasse. He said that he wondered if Wendy was trying to frame him for the murder. I kind of think she was, honestly. Let me find my stuff for him. All right, let's see. Here's my notes for this. Oh yeah, and Dan had filed the motion to limit Donna's time with the boys because of the way that she was being and bad mouthing him in front of them and stuff. And then this is what I have for my notes on him. Wendy was like, oh, I don't know. I don't even really remember that. I don't really take it seriously. But Jeff, when he got on the stand, he was like, no, like Wendy reacted really badly to every single filing that Dan made. And the one about him wanting to limit Donna's access to the children was also one of the ones that she was had a very negative reaction to. Jeff said that Wendy endlessly complained about Dan, and that she would complain about Dan to anyone who would listen, including law school colleagues, and that she despised living in Tallahassee. She blamed Dan for her being stuck there, and if anything, and told Jeff that if anything ever happened to Dan, that she would move to South Florida. And that was just like less than a week before something happened to Dan. So he said that he thought she was potentially stringing him along, and that she may have attempted to frame him. Okay, Wendy was the only person around there who knew that Jeff had plans to go to Tennessee on the Friday of the shooting, and a few days before he left, he shared how he and Wendy had gone on a final date, and he said it was like the most awkward yoga session in history. I think is how he referred to it. And then immediately after that, he thought Wendy was like breaking things off, and in the parking lot, he turned to like leave, but Wendy like called him back or whatever, and was had like a deep interest in his Friday plans and asking if he was still planning to leave for Tennessee that Friday. And then started asking him a bunch of other questions, and he thought it was really weird, especially since she had just kind of broke things off. And she knew that Jeff would be going like within miles of Dan's house, in the 4-door, car that looked very similar to the Prius that the hitman would, hire to take up there. And he called, so he thinks that she was asking all these questions, trying to make sure that, he was going to be set up to be the fall guy for all of this. And he described Wendy as a pathological liar, and that she was like, she had like this very deceptive public persona, but she would like act like she's a victim all the time. And she did that as a way to get attention and sympathy from people. And then years later, he said he would, then he found out for sure that Wendy had actually pointed at him as potentially being the killer, to the police, saying like, well, maybe he was involved, but he was ruled out, obviously. But oh, and the hitman joke about the TV and how a TV is cheaper than the hitman, he brought that up too, and he said, that he had heard about the joke, and everybody heard about that joke apparently. Oh, that's why I have this in my notes. Some of my stuff is hard to read, because I'm doing it like in fast time. It said that he knew about the joke, and then after she was told she can't move with the kids, Wendy told Jeff that Charlie had looked into multiple ways to eliminate Dan, including hiring a hitman. And she had said that it could be like either $15,000 or $50,000. He couldn't tell because it, like, she couldn't understand what she said or whatever. And he said he didn't take the whole hitman thing as like a funny joke or like a, whatever, that it was really freaky. And it was only 5 days later that Dan was killed. What else do I have in my notes? Oh, so Wendy and Jeff had a plan to go to California. I have 11/17. I think that means July 11th to the 17th. But Wendy canceled because she said that she didn't think she was going to be back in time to get the kids on the 18th. And he thought that was weird because like that doesn't make a lot of sense. And he, like, it was like she was trying to make sure that she was in Tallahassee during that time. And that morning was the whole television repair thing. The Geek Squad came to her house to fix a broken TV, the same TV that Charlie had given her as a divorce present instead of hiring a hitman. And let's see. My notes are really hard to read right here. I think I was hurrying. She said that she set it up for the Geek Squad to come there, but I don't think that's true. I think it was Donna that actually set it up. And then, so she was at her home with a TV repairman while the murder was happening. Kind of like an alibi. And then that's when she went to the liquor store. I mentioned earlier she went to the liquor store, and like the route she took was took her by Dan's street, but it's not the route that you would actually take to get to the liquor store. It's kind of like going the long way around. Trying to see what happened. And there were other liquor stores that were a lot closer. But she wanted to go by the crime scene. She said that when she went there, the road was blocked off. I think I remember her saying like she didn't see a police officer, but she saw a car. And she thought it was a downed tree, but the cop was like, there's no way that she thought it was a downed tree because everything, like all of the activity was right around his house. But she didn't call him to make sure that anything was happening. What else do I have in my notes? Let's see what else I have in here that I didn't remember. Rivera said that he was paid $37,000. Luis Rivera. And he got that money the Saturday morning after the shooting. Katie brought it to him. He was paid with cash delivered in a brown paper bag. And the origin of the money was the lady, Wendy, was going to pay to get her kids back. Wendy, of course, denies it. Said she didn't know about cash in Charlie's house and didn't know anything about it. And she also said that she didn't know anything about Charlie keeping cash in his house, but Jeff said that's a lie too, that she had mentioned it to him before. Let's see. And then Wendy also benefited financially from the death of Dan. $1 million per child in life insurance, 401k pension, deferred compensation fund for more than $200,000, Social Security survivor benefits for the kids. It's like almost $5,000 a month, an IRA worth $100,000, and a checking account with $15,000. And Georgia Cappleman thinks Charlie Ref wiretap. Oh, Charlie was referring to that in the wiretap when he said to Donna that Wendy had won the lottery and didn't have to work for the millions she had in the bank. See if there's anything else in here. I think that's all I see in my notes. Oh, yeah, that part was really... So Wendy also changed the boy's last name and one boy's middle name to try to erase their father. Yeah, that part is... That's infuriating, too. Like, she changed their last name. And she said... She made something up about how she did it, you know, to protect them or something. And that's BS. Like, giving them the name Adelson with all the Adelsons being on trial. It's not a way to protect them. It was messed up. Please read Ruth's book, The Unveiling. It's very important. Yes, I have that. I have that book. I think it's in my... I have that. She actually signed a copy for me that I got at the last trial. Yes. Ruth and Phil, and then Shelly, the sister, live in Canada. And Shelly has the best hair. Can we just say that? I talked to her at the last trial about her hair. Her hair is, she has the prettiest hair. His sister, she's got like these really thick curls, beautiful hair. I know that has nothing to do with anything, but I asked her what conditioner she uses. She has beautiful hair. Wouldn't it be a beautiful thing if the boys changed their names back after turning 18, assuming they recognize what's really happened? Yeah, something that's interesting that all came from this too is, you know, after all of this happened, there was actually Ruth and Phil were able to get legislation passed where grandparents are given by law are able to get visitation rights if the how do I word it? Like if the husband kills the wife or the wife kills the husband or whatever, like if one spouse is found responsible for the other's death, then the grandparents from the victim's side are able to get visitation rights, which is great. I think that's great legislation to be passed. The problem is it doesn't apply to them yet because there has been no conviction for Wendy. So she has not been found responsible for Dan's death as of now. Now, let's say she's the next to go through trial. She would be the next to, if she's the next after this to get convicted, and she's found responsible for Dan's death, then that law would apply and they would be able to get visitation rights. So I keep Ruth and Mandy's books on my nightstand. We need a book from you now. I should write a book. People would not believe it. I don't know if I have my chart anymore of the oh wait, maybe I do. Um, Hold on, I can give you I can show you my chart, but I have to just make a couple changes because now this is let me update it. And then I can show you. Shirley Adelson. have the one from Charlie's trial, so I just have to update a couple things, and then I can show you, because if I put it like this, you're going to be like, what is that? Um, okay. See if I can do this. Okay, so this is Dan. This is Wendy, his ex-wife. Wendy and Charlie are brother and sister. Everybody in gray has already been convicted, or black and white, whatever. Wendy and Charlie's mom is Donna. I have my leg in the way. Charlie's former girlfriend is Katie or Catherine McBanawa. Her and Sigfredo Garcia have kids together, and Sigfredo and Luis Garcia are childhood friends. So that's the connection between them. So they were married, going through a bad divorce. She is the mother of these two. His former girlfriend is Katie. Her baby daddy and his friend are the hitmen. That help? We can post one on social media and stuff, so you can keep it to go through. I'll try to do a cleaner one before we start trial for quick reference. I had to change a few things because Donna wasn't on this one originally, because it was for Charlie. How old are the boys today? They're in their teens. I have to look. I don't remember what years they were born. Let me see. I don't think I have what years they were born. 15, 16? That sounds about right. Because they were young. 6 and 7, I think. 5 and 6, 3. They streamed the first part where the judge was talking to them, but we'll try to get a cleaner version of this and I'll put it up. They streamed it where they were asking some questions, but they don't actually stream the part where they're talking to the jurors. And they haven't had contact with Dan's parents since the murder. They were given, I think, one visitation, if I remember right. I remember Ruth talking about it. But not since then. The youngest has my son's birthday, and he's 15. So sad. Wendy says in police interview her kids were 3 and 5, or 3.5 and 5, or 3 and 5.5 in there somewhere. I was thinking. I remember they're young because he dropped them off at that daycare that summer. I wonder if Donna's bringing all her Miami friends to say how great she is. Why isn't Wendy being investigated too? She is. She has not been indicted though. But here's the thing. Think about it like this. If they indicted her at the same time they indicted everybody else, they wouldn't be able to get her to testify at all. So doing it one at a time, getting their testimony might make sense. And they were looking into what school Ben was going to in September. I think Wendy will be next, honestly. I really do. Welcome. Sup, players? Just joined, totally missed the pre-announcement. Excited to be back on CJJ. We are excited to have you back. And we are excited to be back. It's going to be a totally different experience on this trial than it was on Karen Reed, too, because this judge is totally different. This prosecutor is totally different. I love this prosecutor, actually. Georgia is masterful. Georgia is masterful. She really is a great prosecutor. She has like just the right amount of snark when she's crossing some of them too. I've been learning as much as I can before I start the Charlie trial tonight. That breakdown helped me a lot. Thanks, Brandi. I'm glad. And I even unmedicated Brandi. It's a lot easier when I script things. Maybe I'll write it all out instead of doing it all from memory. I'll use my notes tonight and I'll write it out. And I'll clean up that little chart. But Charlie's trial was very, very interesting. And his testimony, I was in the courtroom and I remember I was thinking I had to focus on fixing my face because his testimony, his story made no sense, which was great because when Georgia got up there to cross-examine him, I was like, it was wonderful. That was probably my favorite part of the trial, when Georgia was like, oh, so they put, hitmen use layaway now? What? Anyway, it's really funny. Will we have a repeat of Wendy's favorite trial dress? So for those of you who didn't watch the first trials, Wendy wore the same dress to testify in multiple of these trials, which is kind of interesting. Her good luck dress, maybe? I don't know. How is Zoo Crew and Chat Daddy? They're good. They're good. I'm at the condo now. My best friend's birthday is this Friday, and then my kid's birthday is next week. So Chat Daddy will be here in a couple days. I'll never understand when people think the solution is murder. Right? Crazy. Love this judge. Me too. So they were actively getting divorced. Yes. And it was really bad. Okay, gotta go watch Charlie's trial. It was interesting. It was interesting for sure. Um, and a lot of the same stuff that we saw in Charlie's trial we'll see in this one, and a lot of the same stuff that we saw in Charlie's trial we heard in, you know, Katie's and in Sigfredo and Katie's, but then with every new trial there's a little bit more that comes out, and this one will be very interesting because now we get to hear what's on Donna's phone, and I'm excited to hear that. Went back to watch Brandy's recap to catch myself up. The judge looks like he's not letting anyone get away with anything. Yes, I like this judge a lot. Oh, and one thing that was very interesting in the last trial too, you could, so on all like the Dateline episodes and all of that, like anything that has anything in that courtroom, it's funny because you can see like, you can see behind the prosecutor, like where we're all sitting or whatever, and everybody else is like looking like this, and you can see me looking like this. I'm like watching the jury the entire time because I want to see jury reactions. And there was one juror who was in the very first seat, and like he was so animated about like you could obviously see exactly what he thought. Like he, when I say I can't fix my face, like he couldn't fix his face or his body. Like he was so animated and obvious with everything that he thought. And you could tell that he was very pro Charlie and very anti prosecution. And when people would say, you know, the attorneys or somebody would say something about, you know, negative about Charlie, he'd be like, oh. And he would look and he'd be like, oh. He was so animated, and we were like, that's bad, because it would be even like the most obvious things that are, you know, undeniable evidence that you could see it with your own eyeballs, and he would still make these visible reactions to things. And I remember thinking, like, if he's on the jury, he's going to be a problem. He's going to be a standout, like, you know, a holdout, whatever. And it turned out he was an alternate. And then after the trial, then he like contacted the defense and was like, oh yeah, the jurors had a group chat, and which is fine as long as they're not talking about the case, but crazy. Looks like Lucy's soaking it all in. She's figuring it out. Oh, and I'll be on Court TV tonight talking about this case too, if y'all want to tune in, with Vinnie Politan at 9 Eastern. Such a change from the Karen trial, liking the judge and the prosecutor. Wild, right? Where, if anywhere, is a good place to watch the first trials? They have them on Court TV. I have Charlie's trial on my channel, Brandi Churchwell, but I'm not commentating because I was in the courtroom. But I had some amazing guest hosts that were. But with no commentary, there is coverage on Court TV. Did you know you had a famous gymnast in the gallery with you? What famous gymnast? don't think I did know that. Let's do a poll. Lucy's snoring again. She snores so loud. We're going to do a poll on if you think Wendy will be next. Start a poll. Do you think Wendy will be tried next? Abel says yes. Brandi, super random, but I was a juror on first-degree murder trial about 2 weeks ago. Trial lasted 4 days. What a crazy experience. Oh my gosh, I bet that was a crazy experience. They would never pick me, but I won't say I would love to do it because, like, obviously, you know, it's a tragedy but I would be so interested in that experience. I would bring spreadsheets and snacks, like the whole thing. What was the verdict? I have to ask. And how long was deliberation? And isn't that crazy? A murder trial could last 4 days when this one's going to be a couple weeks. The last one we did was, what, 2 or 3 months? I thought they wouldn't pick me and told them what I did, and I think that's why they did pick me. Yeah, I'm sure that, yeah, that makes, well. Verdict was guilty and deliberations was about 2 hours. Oh, wow. Me and Chat Daddy and daughter went to, they call it like the jury experience. It's like a play type thing. Like it's at a theater, and they have, you know, they have like a judge who's, you know, acting the part, and then they have a prosecutor and a defense attorney and then the defendant, and they have a couple witnesses that come in and testify and stuff, and then they have like a thing where you scan it, like a QR code that you scan with your phone so that the audience can vote on guilty and not guilty. And we did that a few weeks ago, and that was really cool. Obviously it's not the same thing. It's, you know, a very condensed version of a trial, and it's all, you know, like a made up situation, but it was actually really interesting. I think that's the closest that I'll probably ever get to being on a jury. And there's Karen retrial that's a lifetime long. 84 years. It was 84 years. 84 years. Wasn't yesterday's hearing to quash this defense subpoena for Wendy? I thought I heard she had immunity as long as she was testifying for the prosecution. Yes, that is correct. The defense also sent her a subpoena because they wanted to elicit different testimony, because under the subpoena for the prosecution, she has immunity for whatever she testifies to. That doesn't mean she has immunity from getting prosecuted. It means that she has immunity from anything she says on the stand can't be used against her. If she shows up for a subpoena for the defense, she doesn't have that same protection. So she said, basically, I, you know, would plead the fifth. So they wanted to quash that subpoena because she doesn't have the same protections. And so that's what they met for yesterday. So the judge said, yeah. It was really cool to go. Would love for you to cover the Cameron Everett Brand trial in Mississippi. It's going to be an interesting case. I don't know that I've heard of that one. In my crooked letter I. Oh my goodness, this dude killed his girlfriend point blank with an AR with her daughters right beside her. Oh, one of the daughters recorded the last 10 minutes of her mom's life. That brave girl made it very easy for us. Oh, that poor girl. Oh, man. Can I get a little info on this trial? I did a big recap about 50, I think it started 55 minutes into the stream if you want to check that part out. I know y'all miss the emojis. I do too. I have no control over when they get turned on. I'm sorry. I wish they were. Oh, he's a 19-year-old who shot up a graduation party in May 2023 and killed 2 teenagers. I remember that. I remember that. Oh. See movement. Lucy is sleeping like she worked the overnight shift. She is such a bed hog too. I wish y'all could see. I have a king size bed and I'm like scooted over to the end because she's a bed hog. She kicks me. She's kind of a bully. But she's a very cute bully with a cute ponytail. Sorry, I'm late. Welcome, welcome. Today is just jury selection, so there's not a ton of stuff happening today. Probably. But we get to go over the case and catch up and chat and obsessively stare at the state seal of Florida instead of an OnlyFans. No OnlyFans in this courtroom. I know. So sad. It doesn't feel like a trial without OnlyFans. Which is wild, because normally for almost every single trial, they put the cameras on the state seal when you're waiting, but almost every single trial. But now OnlyFans feels like the only right answer for when we're waiting. Are they going to live stream the jury selection? They live streamed like when the judge was addressing the jury and asking a few questions, but they don't live stream the actual part of jury selection because they keep them protected. Oh, have you heard about the 10 teenagers out of South Carolina charged with murder? South Carolina is nuts, but we know that after murder. I saw this, like the, what do they call it? Like the love triangle teenager thing or whatever. I've heard about this recently. Hold on, let me look it up. I've seen that in the news recently, and oh my gosh, so sad. I hear the fighter jets out. I love the fighter jets when they come out. Okay, in South Carolina, 10 teenagers have been charged in connection with the murder of 16-year-old Trey Wright, who was fatally shot during an argument over a girl. On June 24, 2025, Trey Wright was shot and killed in a confrontation that reportedly stemmed from a romantic rivalry. The incident occurred in a rural area of Florence County, where Wright was allegedly lured by his girlfriend, 17-year-old Gianna Kistenmacher, under false pretenses. She was aware that 19-year-old Devin Raper, who has been charged with murder, was armed and intended to confront Wright. The primary suspect, Devin Raper, charged with murder and possession of a weapon during a violent crime. He remains in custody without bond. Gianna is charged with accessory before the fact for allegedly setting up the meeting. Her charges have since been upgraded to murder, and she has been released on bond to home confinement. And then 8 other teens have been charged for their roles in the incident, with some facing murder charges as well. The authorities have indicated that the legal principle of the hand of one being the hand of all applies, meaning that all involved can be held accountable for the actions of the shooter. This ongoing investigation continues to unfold, with a 10th suspect expected to surrender to authorities soon, further complicating the legal proceedings surrounding this tragic event. That's... Oh. Look at this dog. She looks like she's broken. Lucy's our emotional support dog. What's crazy, like, these are teenagers. Ugh. Have y'all seen the case I was on last week on Court TV talking about it? Austin Drummond. He was the one who in Tennessee who was on the run for like a week, and they caught him for the murder of it was his girlfriend's, or maybe ex-girlfriend's, sister, and then her daughter and son and her daughter's boyfriend, and they had a 7-month-old baby, and the 7-month-old baby, he was left in a random yard in a car seat. Crazy. And the girlfriend, who is the sister of the victim, he met her when she was a corrections officer at the prison that he was in. Yeah, it was crazy. Lucy showing it off for free. No OnlyFans needed. Only pause. Hi, Cheryl. Hello, all. Glad Brandy's covering this. Brings back old memories. I know. Maybe we'll be back in another year or two for Wendy. They were supposed to start Donna's trial in September of last year, because I remember I was upset that I couldn't watch it or cover it because I was going to be in Lake County, Central Florida, covering Laurie Shaver's trial. But then they had to get all new attorneys and the whole 9 yards. So now here we are. Right now, 80% of you think that Wendy will be arrested and tried next. I'm going to end the poll. %80 of you say, yep, she's next. Ugh, Tellis. Robert Tellis. I haven't, that's a name I've blocked out. For those who didn't watch, Robert Tellis, he was something else. He was on trial and sentenced. He was convicted and sentenced for killing Jeff German, who wrote some. Jeff German was a journalist, and he had written some articles about Robert Tellis, and then Robert Tellis was convicted for his murder. It was, he did one of the when he took the stand, because of course he did, and he gives me a headache just thinking about him. Lame duck. That was the only good part about his testimony, was us making his glamour shot picture and the thumbnail and everything on Canva while he testified, because he just rambled on and on and on. He did the type of testimony where he did a narrative instead of like the defense attorney actually asking him questions. He just did a narrative where he is just talking to the jury, and he was so he was awful. He was awful. He was so ridiculous. His DNA was found under the fingernails of the victim, but he still says he didn't do it, that he was framed by this realty company. Art from the Tellis trial. I'll have to find it. I think it might be on my laptop. Yeah, that trial was something else. Lucy acts like she has such a hard life. What other trials are coming up next year that y'all want to see? can't even remember what else coming up next year. Let's look. Let's look together, shall we? Oh, is that one going to be next year? Oh, yeah, Corey Richards. That one's in February, isn't it? Yeah. That one's going to be, that one's for sure one that I want to watch. Let me see when that, I think it was February. I could be wrong. Hold on, let me look. Um, oh, yeah, February 10th is when jury selection is supposed to begin on Corey. Um, Susan Smith. Will Courtney Clooney ever go to trial? I don't know, man. It feels like there's still no trial date set for her. Corey, yeah, for those who don't know, she's accused of poisoning her husband and killing him and then writing a children's book about grief. Aaron Spencer and Corey. When's Aaron Spencer? Oh, it was postponed again? Wait, court date postponed. He's got a pretrial hearing December 17th. Um, um, I don't know about Carmelo Anthony. Hello. So wait, is it delayed or is it? Hold on. Let me look. Something else. A judge last week moved to December a hearing that had been scheduled for last Friday in the case of a man charged with October killing of a man who he said was a sexual predator targeted. This is Aaron Spencer. Aaron Spencer, 36, of Carlisle, whose prosecution has prompted more than 195,000 people to sign a petition calling for him to be absolved of the charges, is next set to appear in court for a pretrial hearing December 17th. The order from Judge Barbara Elmore of the 23rd Judicial Circuit states. Spencer faces a second-degree murder charge in the October 8th. This is from Camden News. In the October 8th shooting of Michael Fossler, 67. Elmore's order also delayed a jury trial set for September 22nd to the 26th to January 26th to the 30th. So wait, so he is going to trial? Spencer told police that Fossler kidnapped his teen daughter and that he had no choice but to kill him after Fossler lunged at him during a pre-dawn confrontation on the side of Arkansas 236, according to an affidavit for Spencer's arrest. At the time of his death, Fossler was out on bond after being arrested and charged with 2 counts each of 4th-degree sexual assault, sexual indecency with a child, and internet stalking of a child, court records showed. He also faced 1 count of electronic facilitation of child sexual abuse and 35 counts of pandering or possessing depictions of sexual conduct involving a child. The state dropped the charges, all of them felony counts, in October after Fossler's death, court records show. Hundreds of thousands of people have rallied around Spencer since October, with one petition posted on change.org gathering more than 195,600 verified signatures in support of absolving Spencer. The petition identifies Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, State Senator Ricky Hill, and 23rd Judicial District Prosecuting Attorney Chuck Graham as decision makers, and states they'd been notified of the petition. Hill finds the charge of sexual misconduct against children levied against Fossler to be credible, he said, despite the fact that his killing prevented them from reaching trial. Details of the case were shielded from public view for months after the killing, when Elmore in December issued a gag order pertaining to the case in response to a motion earlier that month from Chief Deputy Prosecuting Attorney John Huggins. She found that significant attention from the media and public on the case might prevent Spencer from getting a fair trial. But on May 29th, the Arkansas Supreme Court ruled that Elmore's order must be lifted because it was unacceptably broad and vague and too restrictive of the involved parties' First Amendment rights. So right after they lifted that, then the, I don't know if y'all seen any of it on social media, but right after they lifted the gag order, then the mom was like able to say, hey, this is what happened. This is, you know, crazy. And then it kind of went everywhere, was shared everywhere. Hence the 195,000 signatures on the petition. Let's see. The affidavit available after lifting the gag order outlines the police investigation on the morning of October 8th that led to Spencer's arrest. He was initially arrested on a count of first-degree murder, but that was reduced to second-degree murder when he was formally charged in November. County deputies around 1:13 a.m. got a call about a missing teen girl that advised them that Fossler had sexually assaulted her in July of 2024 and was known to drive a Ford F-150 truck. Spencer told detectives that it was his wife who placed that first 911 call after he awoke to find his dog barking in his daughter's bedroom and realized she was missing. Oh, that's terrifying. The affidavit states with a stuffed animal dressed in one of her hoodies placed on the bed in her place. The affidavit doesn't list the girl's age, but Spencer's wife said in a Facebook post that she was 14 at the time. In response, dispatchers sent police officers to search the residence for the missing girl. Before those officers could report back, Spencer called 911 saying that he'd found Fossler and his kidnapped daughter, but that Fossler was dead and that he hadn't had any choice. At the scene of the shooting, detectives located a Ford F-150 that Spencer, driving a Ford F-350, had forced off of Arkansas 13. The affidavit states Fossler, who had gunshot wounds in his chest, abdomen, and both arms, was dead in a ditch on the east side of the highway. Police arrested Spencer and took a Glock 19 from him, locating blood on the weapon. The teen girl was removed from the scene of the shooting. Spencer went looking for Fossler and his daughter, he told detectives in an interview, and found Fossler driving toward his home, the affidavit states. Fearing for his daughter's life, Spencer tried and failed to stop Fossler by flashing his headlights and honking before ramming the back of Fossler's truck after a pursuit. Pistol in hand, Spencer got out of his truck and ordered Fossler to lie down in the ditch, he told the detectives. He saw his daughter trying to get out of the truck, but told detectives that Fossler grabbed her and tried to stop her before exiting the truck as Spencer ordered. Fossler appeared to have something in his hand, Spencer told police, and lunged at him, yelling profanity, prompting Spencer to open fire. Spencer told detectives he emptied his pistol's magazine into Fossler before jumping on top of him in the ditch and pistol whipping him. After killing Fossler, Spencer got his daughter out of Fossler's truck and reloaded before calling 911. And they charged him with murder. Fossler only got a $50,000 bond, posted $5,000, and was let out without an ankle monitor. Days later, he kidnapped Spencer's daughter. See, that's what I think too. Let's do a poll. Do you think Aaron Spencer should be charged? Do a poll on that one. I don't know that that one's going to go. I just don't know that that one's going to go to trial. I don't know how. I don't know. I guess I don't know how it could. Oh, yeah. Carmelo Anthony is supposed to be June of next year, I think. I think. The one who was accused of stabbing and killing another teen. Yeah, June of 2026 is what I see. Good morning. Good morning. I accidentally clicked yes instead of no. It happens all the time. Hitting the wrong button. I don't know, just as a parent, I can't say that I would do anything different. His daughter's alive because of him. I don't, do you think it's really going to go to trial though? I don't know that it would make it to trial. I don't know. And if it does, I don't know if it would, I don't know. I would sit in prison and save my kids 100%. 100% I would. But I also don't think you should have to. That one's a hard one. I can't. I mean, I wish we had more details on forensics in the Spencer case. Does the story align with bullet entry angles, etc.? Actions are understandable, but is there more? Well, I mean, it says that he's the bullet entry was like in the chest and stuff. But to me, I mean, call me crazy, but you take my youngin' from my house and I have to chase you down on the road. I'm gonna do what I have to do to get my youngin' back. My kid's a part of me, so that's. I don't know. I think if you put any parents on that jury, I don't see how there could be, based on what we know, a conviction. Think Chat Daddy would do the chasing for you? Yeah, he would. Does anyone else see a bald-headed person behind her and realize it's the chair she's sitting in? It's the chair. I'm safe. Fairgate. All right, let me see if I can find any. Let's see. Tallahassee Democrat has posted some pictures from court today. Donna's in there listening to the answers of the jurors. Got pictures of the judge and Zellman, Donna's attorney, and Fulford, the other attorney. Oh, some close-ups. Or I'll retweet it. Oh, here's okay, so there's a reporter named Matt Hoffman who is in the courtroom. Let's see what he says. He says, some of the jurors in there, potential jurors in there, looked excited. Some looked nervous. Says our very first juror advanced through the one-on-one questioning, hopefully a good sign of what's to come. This part is super tedious as people are brought into a side room. They can face really personal questions as this jury will be of high importance. One juror was just excused. We don't know the reason, but already having an opinion or knowing too much about the case are reasons both sides are worried. Juror number 10 was excused. He'll have one of the shortest days. Folks here. Lots of long faces in the gallery, which is understandable. One guy's taking a nap. Another brought his AirPods. The judge asked one juror, "Are you biased?" He's the potential juror. He said, he or she, I don't know. I'm just going to use he because just because I don't, you know. Yes, I spoke with a retired detective about the case, and I regularly read the newspaper and TV station. Any other concerns? And the potential juror said, I'm in physical therapy. And I cannot see the physical therapist after hours. So he was excused for medical reasons. Donna Adelson is very involved in her own defense. She is taking copious notes and is referring to the juror list. At least one of her hands is free. I don't see leg shackles, but it's hard to tell. The judge asked juror 17, do you have an opinion? Yes, I think there's enough evidence that she is guilty. Could you set that aside and base only on trial evidence? I believe so. Judge said, are you sure? Yes. Other issues, I'm a CPA, have post-COVID issues. My firm will pay, but it will create hardship on my clients. I would need to be working steadily up until September 15th. No problems with sight or hearing, but has pain from COVID. The defense followed up and asked, you indicated, I believe so, when asked if you could set aside your opinion. Would that still be on your mind in the jury room? The answer was no. Defense attorney said, you hesitated. And number 17 said, I wanted to give a thoughtful answer. Defense said, that juror is experiencing pain and has a follow-up during trial, and it says, I'm concerned about her ability to focus. The judge said, I'm going to excuse her on medical grounds over prosecutor's objection. The prosecutors didn't want to get rid of that one because she's like, she's guilty. Prosecutors were like, you may be seated. Number 18 was questioned. She said she knows nothing about the case and hasn't even heard Donna Adelson's name. She recalls vague references on the radio, maybe. Juror 18 is gregarious, says she likes listening to Steve Harvey. Single mother to a 12-year-old who's in school. The father of her child is in prison. She could still do drop off and pick up. She advanced to the next round. Juror number 20 was brought up. Asked, what do you know? 20 said, I know some of this case. There was an early podcast. I listened to true crime podcasts. Oh, hey girl, check out 13 juror. Whenever I see an article about it, I look at it. Someone I know was on the jury for one of the other trials. The judge said, do you think you know more about this case than others? She said, I'm not sure. Did you discuss with that relative? Not in depth. 20 said, a few days ago, I heard on NPR that jury selection was coming up. The judge said, what is your opinion? 20 said that she was involved. The judge said, can you set that aside? 20 said, I do believe I could. Judge said, are you able to or not? 20 said, I don't know. The judge said, can you be fair to both prosecutors and defense? 20 said, I would like to think so. The only other hardship, I work at a restaurant. I'm the only one and I'm one of the only ones working day shift. My staff is mostly students, so there's nobody else to bring in. So the judge excused number 20. She said, I'm reading everything. I read everything. Same girl, same. She's nosy. Look, find us. Juror number 20. If you're out there, find us. We're your people. We read everything too. We're nosy too. We love true crime podcasts as well. Find us, juror number 20. You'll fit in here with us. So 20's gone. 21 is brought in. He is asked, what do you know? 21 said, I read local media and watch TV news daily. I'm also on social media. I know some people who are close to the Markel family. I met Dan Markel once through business, well before 2014. The judge said, do you have an opinion? 21 said, I am biased and feel like she's been found guilty through the media and the public. And I lean to supporting that opinion. Oh, this is going to be hard on Donna. Oh, this is going to be hard on Donna. Sorry, not sorry. Could you set aside that opinion? Are the two sides on even ground? 21 said, I don't think I can, and I feel biased. So juror 21 was also excused from the jury pool. 22 is questioned. An elderly woman with a cane. 22 said, I know quite a bit about the case. I watched coverage, let it go, and then watched it again. I've seen quite a bit of it on court TV. Do you watch local news? 22 said, only national news. The judge said, what's your opinion? 22 said, guilty, based on the media coverage. Judge said, can you set that aside? 22 said, I would hope. My opinion is pretty fixed. Juror 22 is also excused. Not. They're all like, she guilty. I would die if one of them was like, yeah, like, you know what? It was the bump that did it for me. All right. 23 is brought in. He says that he's watched the case online. He said, I mostly watch videos about the case on YouTube. Find us, 23. We're here. We're here for you. We're here. 23. Find us. The judge said, what is your opinion? 23 said, guilty. Judge said, can you set that aside? 23 said, nope. My opinion is firm. Judge said, I am excusing juror number 23. Woo! Love this for her. Juror number 24 enters. She said, I know absolutely nothing. I moved away and didn't move back until 2021. The judge said, do you watch local news? 24 said, no, just hurricane tracker and the weather. I wouldn't even know where to look. Right here. Look right here. 24 said, my only concern is the dates you mentioned. My husband and I have expensive travel over the next month. Our first trip is the end of next week, and we've spent thousands on that, followed by a cruise we also spent money on. So juror number 24 is excused. Enjoy your cruise. Yeah, if she has a cruise plan, no wonder she's watching the hurricane tracker. I get it. I get it. All right, juror number 25 is brought in. Said that she was an FSU student at the time of Markel's murder. She does read the newspaper and other local news. The judge said, do you have an opinion? 25. I don't know. This whole thing is very suspicious. It doesn't look good. The judge said, can you set it aside? 25 said, I would like to think so. I have a lot of information in my head. Judge said, is this a firm opinion? Could the evidence move your opinion? 25 said, it could. I could probably not be fair to both sides. Juror number 25 is excused. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. This is not going well for old Donna. Juror number 26 is brought in. He says his wife follows the case all the time. He texted her that she knew he would be in this jury pool. He then recounts basically all of the pertinent facts, including the flight to Vietnam. The judge asked number 26, do your wife's opinions cause you to form your own? That's a trick question. That's a trick question. Judge trying to trip him up and get him in trouble at home. That wife is jealous. That wife is like, give me all the deets. Give me all the deets. His wife's like, tell me everything. I'm so mad it's not me. That's what his wife is doing. Do your wife's opinions cause you to form your own? He said, my opinion is that she's guilty. The judge says, could you disregard that opinion? 26 said no with a smirk. Juror number 26 is excused. His wife is so mad. The judge said, I couldn't make up this cast of characters if I tried. Y'all so sassy down there in Florida. We are. I tell you, it's the heat. And the alligators. Okay, so juror 27 comes in. He says he reads news on his phone. The judge asks 27, have you heard anything about this case? 27 says, yes, I've heard the circumstances. My opinion is that something bad happened. I haven't formed an opinion on if Donna Adelson is guilty or not. The judge asks, can you be fair and impartial? 27 said, yes. The judge asked if there's any hardships. And 27 said, my wife is taking care of a 1-month-old, but someone else could assist. He's like, I'm going to tap out on this whole taking care of a 1-month-old thing for a couple weeks. This is the first one in a minute that hasn't had a coming in with a guilty opinion right off the bat. How many are they trying to see? I'm trying to remember how many were in. I think there were 3 alternates in Charlie's trial, if I remember right, but I could be wrong. I know there were at least 2, but I think there were 3. I wonder how Donna is feeling at this point. Haven't heard anyone that feels strongly that she is innocent yet, right? Everybody's coming in like, oh, she guilty. She guilty. I read everything. I see everything. I follow this. I listen to true crime podcasts. My wife follows this and says she's guilty. Like, this is not going well for Donna. So, he said, okay, so back to it. Back to 27, trying to get out of the house with that baby. 27 said, he said, I've heard the circumstances. My opinion is that something bad happened. I haven't formed an opinion on if Donna Adelson is guilty or not. The defense attorney asked, you indicated that you had strong opinions. And 27 said, it's something that started very bad and went worse. It started with the hit guys and went to the son and now to the mom. It happened less than a mile from me. But 27 remains in the jury pool. He was not excluded. The one-way ticket was so stupid. Come on, Donna. Get it together, Donna. All right. Moving right along. Juror number 28. Middle-aged white man. Close cropped hair with a sweater. Loving the descriptions. All we got was feet finders with a few shoes. Juror number 28 said, I heard one NPR report and the judge's summary of the case. I don't watch local news or read anything online. So the judge asked, based on NPR reports, do you have an opinion? And juror number 28 said, no. It is freezing cold in that courtroom. Like, it is so cold in that courtroom. I had icicles coming out of my hair. Allegedly. That's a little dramatic. I didn't. But it was freezing in that courtroom. So even though it's, you know, you could like fry an egg on the sidewalk, once you walk in there, that courtroom is freezing. So he's been there before. Probably. A lot of courtrooms are very cold. I wonder why they do that. Keep you awake? Doesn't that just make you tired, more tired? When I first got to Lori Shaver's trial, the air wasn't working. And this is like end of summer in Florida, Central Florida. It was miserable. Then they got the air working. And it's like they were trying to make up for lost time. So then it was like, you know, Alaska up in there. Bundling up every day. Okay. So 28 is asked if he has any hardships. And 28 says, I'm a stay-at-home dad, and we're going on vacation next week. The money has already been spent. I would love to do my service, so I feel bad. Prosecutor says, tell me about the vacation. And 28 says, it's like a reunion. Juror number 28 is excused. So far, the only ones who don't know much about it or don't think that Donna's guilty are all like world travelers, jet setters out here seeing the world. Juror number 28 is excused. This is great. It's like we're right there with them. Cold is supposed to keep you awake. I had a teacher that would open the windows in the middle of winter. It makes me sleepy. Is this normal? It's really high profile. And Tallahassee, you know, I know that it's our state capital. I get it. But Tallahassee's really kind of a small town. It's not really like, you know, it's not surprising that everybody's heard of it. And especially because, you know, FSU, and this is like a beloved law professor at FSU. So, and then it's such a crazy case. So I'm not surprised that a lot of people have heard of it. All right. Juror number 29. Juror number 29 comes in wearing a fun Hawaiian shirt. It's fun. My friend from grade school, Wilma, lived next door to Lori. I love Wilma. I love Wilma. She's fantastic. I talked to her at the trial. I love her. She's funny. She's spunky. She's perceptive. I loved her. She was great. And yes, that is a small world. Okay. Juror number 29. Juror number 29 comes in wearing a fun Hawaiian shirt. He's a middle-aged white man. Says that he knows about the case and is very well informed. He said, I read the Democrat and watch local TV news. The Democrat is Tallahassee Democrat. It's like the local reporting there. And he watches local TV news. The judge asked, do you seek it out? 29 said, I have when the case started. The judge asked for his opinion. 29 says, she was involved. The judge said, could you set that aside? 29 says, in his fun Hawaiian shirt, I can't 100% say that I could. The judge says, could you be fair and impartial? 29 says, I'm a fair person, but from what I've learned, it would be hard to change my mind. Juror number 29, in his fun Hawaiian shirt, is excused. And you're out. He gone. All right. Moving right along. Juror number 30 comes in. I don't know what he's wearing. There's no description on that. I'm assuming it's not a fun Hawaiian shirt or a sweater, or else we would probably hear that, but that's okay. Juror 30 comes in. He says he hasn't followed the case, but he hears what his wife says. He says, I selectively listened to it. He jokes about this. The judge says, the transcript is public. Number 30 says, she already knows. So they're joking about how his wife follows this case and knows all about it. We have movement. We're moving. Why are we moving? Sounds like my husband. Selectively listens. Selectively listen to her. I mean to it. How many of your spouses like listen to you talk about all this stuff? Mine has no choice. I mean, like, it's, you know, what I do all day. And then I have to tell them all about it. At least he's honest that he selectively listens. True. I mean, my husband does and tries to care. Chad Daddy never used to get into any of this stuff, but actually, like, he started getting into it. Or at least he pretends to make me feel better. So no, he does, because he actually like listens to my podcast and stuff. Mine says, please do not get her started. Mine pretends to listen while I ramble about a case. I try with my husband. He kind of listens. Selectively listens, like juror number 30. I get 5 minutes every day after work to give him highlights. The selective listening mode made me LOL. I texted my husband. I relate so much with these wives. My hubby during the Karen Reed trial. I talk about it so much, he starts talking about it to his work friends like he's the expert. That is some chat daddy stuff right there. Chat daddy does that same kind of thing. He cared about sup play. That was one of my highlights of that trial, when like when everybody stopped everything and texted their like spouses sup play to see what the responses was. Reading those responses from everybody was so funny. My daughter served on a jury last year, and now she's hooked. It becomes very interesting. Haha, please do not get her started is so real. Welcome back. Mine actually watched Travis Rudolph with us and will pop in every once in a while to see if I'm being a mean mod. That's so funny. My husband asked if I was in court during the Karen Reed trial, and his coworker asked if I was an attorney. Yeah, some of Chat Daddy's like friends and stuff were like, so wait, what, she an attorney? Is she an attorney? I'm like, pretty much. And also a ballistics expert, Celebrite expert, private investigator. Pretty much all of it. Okay, let's see. We have another update. Okay, so juror number 30, who said that he hasn't followed the case, but he hears what his wife says and he selectively listens to it. The judge asked, do you have an opinion at all? And he said, no. His wife's going to be like, I'll tell you what your opinion is. This is what we think. The judge asks if he has any hardships. Juror 30 says, no. Juror number 30 will advance to the next round. Juror number 30, come on down. That would be crazy if his wife is like follows the case and listens to it, and like he's joking about how she already knows that the transcripts are public and has watched all of this and stuff. Imagine him being on the jury. Okay, think about us. Think about how we follow it. Imagine like your spouse or best friend or sister or whatever is on the jury, especially like your spouse, because then like if Chat Daddy were chosen for a jury for a case that I'm like super involved in, every day when he comes home, could you imagine not being able to talk to them about it? I'd be like, okay, you don't have to talk about it, but just write it on this sticky note. Just hint. Blink twice if this is what happened. Like just anything. It would be so hard. It would be so hard. His wife, here's your study guide. That would be so hard. My husband would be a great juror, but he'd never be picked. I don't think I would either. I wish his wife was in the chat. Right? Maybe she is. I would lose it if my hubby was on a jury like this and couldn't give me all the tea and discuss. It would drive me nuts. Like, what do you talk about? How was your day? I can't say, tell me everything. That'll be so hard. There's no way he wouldn't talk to his wife about it. I would think that. If I were one of the attorneys on either side, I'd be like, there ain't no way that his wife, who has been following this case, is not going to harass him, until he talks about it. I would harass the bejesus out of Chat Daddy until he talked to me about it. Which is not how it's supposed to go. But I don't think I have enough self-control to like not try to badger him to tell me everything. Blink twice for yes. Yeah. Oh, are you tired? Do you want supper tonight? Do you not want to sleep on the couch? Tell me what happened. That, like, I would totally, yeah, I would. Chat Daddy's probably watching this right now. Like, I gotta get out of jury duty. Make sure every time I'm sent anything, I get out of jury duty. It's gonna cause us to have our first fight. Wife will interrogate. Big time. Good morning. Just popping in to say hi. I also want to say this courtroom has no OnlyFan. No OnlyFan. We had a brief situation with Feet Finders. We had the state seal. And now we have the corner. Nobody puts baby in the corner. Nobody puts the jury in the corner. We're in the corner. Good thing my hubby talks in his sleep. Loophole! Loophole! What do you want for dinner? Do you need a drink? What happened in jury room today? Do you want peas with that? I'd be like, here, chat daddy, have another drink. Here, have another one. Here, have another one. And then I'd start asking him questions. I'm gonna be discussing. I don't think you would, Brandi. I think you respect the process better than that. I do, but it would be hard though. It would be really hard. Spell it out with a piece or alphabet soup for dinner. That's a good idea. That's not talking about it. It's not talking about it. I mean, like, if you just want to sing in the shower, happened. I'll just be in here wiping the mirrors. Don't mind me. The corner. Oh, I can't wait for content from the corner. No more updates since Juror 30 so far. Make it play charades. First word, guilty. Yeah, one word or two words. Just let me know. One word, two words. Would you like to play Scrabble? Everybody tell me your most creative way that you could get around it. What would be, okay, alphabet soup was very creative. Scrabble. Sing in the shower, you know, whatever random thing happened to you today. Charades. What else? How else could we get around this? Etch a sketch. That's a good one. My husband was on a murder trial and he wouldn't say a word. That's good. You're not supposed to. That's really good. I would like to think that that is also how I would be. I do take it very seriously, so oh, it'd be so hard. Sign language. Hangman. Pictionary, that's a good one. Word search. Speak in movie titles. I'm going to jot all these down just in case this happens. Daily journal, and wife just happens to find it. I was just cleaning. Just clean it up a little. Start every conversation with hypothetically. Hypothetically, if there were some woman who is on trial for hypothetically hiring hitmen, what would you think? Hypothetically. He would say, can't do jury duty. My wife is Brandi Churchwell, enough said. They'd be like, out. Husbands probably wish they were sequestered. Clue, that's a good one. Words with friends. Changing lyrics to a song. Rap contest. Never have I ever. Never have I ever thought she was guilty. Yeah, no. Take a drink, no. Morse code. What if anything? Clue. Choose your own adventure game. Monopoly, go to jail. These are great. Look at us finding ways to beat the system. Charades. I spy with my little eye. An orange jumpsuit and shackles? No? Anybody? Jeopardy. Legos. Build me a story. Wheel of Fortune. The first 50 or so potential jurors were brought in this morning. Somebody asked how many. Still, I'm like waiting for juror number 31. Still nothing. Clue. It was Donna in the airport with a one-way ticket to a non-extradition country. We'll play the game of life without parole. Perfect. All right. While we're waiting on our next update, y'all want to see some gators? So, me and here. Look how big this guy is. Me and Chat Daddy we were driving, went to our friend's house the other day. Before we went, we drove down this, like, it's like a nature drive.
Oh, we're about to have a gator fight.
Beautiful.
We're about to have a gator fight. Look, he's speeding up now.
Look how big this guy is. And he was chasing this other gator. He was huge.
They're huge.
Oh.
Why they come to this one?
He's turning to look at us. He's looking at us. Look at him.
Look how
Hey,
big
buddy.
he is.
He's like,
Just on the side of the road in Florida.
he's gonna come up to the truck. Here he comes. Oh my gosh, he's coming up to that other one. What if he does something to him?
I thought he was going to
We're
get
gonna
that
have a
other
gator
gator.
fight.
Because that other gator was a little bit smaller.
I want to see him eat him.
What if they're friends? What if this is like his dad? And
What if he just there to kill somebody?
oh, that would be sad.
Oh, he sped up.
It's
He's
like,
coming towards us.
like 12 feet.
Oh my god.
12 feet long. Maybe more. I don't know.
He had little Junior recognized. Get up out of here.
He's looking right at us.
I locked the doors. Like, we literally locked
What if
the
that's what they're
doors.
saying too? Like, they're looking right at us.
Look how big he is. Oh my gosh, it was crazy. And then
What's going on?
He,
What's he doing? I can't see.
he went under the water. But look how this one was one of the smaller ones. And there's another one hiding. They were everywhere. They were everywhere. This guy was one of the biggest, though. Like, he was huge. Crazy, right? Little gator break. Let's see if there's any updates now. All right. Let's see. The latest update is taking a break so that others may have a turn. By my count, they've struck about half of the potential jurors so far, but that still puts them on good footing. If they get 20 finalists from each panel, that's 100 plus by the time Thursday rolls around. Need 12 plus alternates. Let's see if we can find. Did you get juror updates like this for the Karen Reed trials? No, because the judge in that trial was not nearly as transparent as the judge in the court here. All right, let's see. Let me see if. Oh, and Harvey was apparently at the hearing yesterday. Let's see. I hear the fighter jets. All right, here's. All right, I found some more. Let's see. Let's see what these updates say. Start from the beginning. All right, so this is Jeffrey Burlew. All right, so we'll start from the beginning of these updates too to see if they're the same or different than the other reporter. The judge asked, "What do you know about the case?" And the juror said nothing. This is from earlier. As you sit here today, you have no knowledge of who this person is? The judge asked, pointing to Donna. The man said no. The next juror told the judge that he has heard about the case from TV and radio and that he had somewhat of an opinion about Adelson's guilt or innocence, and he said it's not favorable. The juror said, however, that he was capable of being fair to both sides. And Donna's lawyer asked whether he had a strong opinion. He said he did. Her attorney said, "You already think she's guilty?" And the juror said, "Yes, it's my opinion as of now." He said that opinion wouldn't sway him, though, and he would consider the evidence. Another juror told Everett he was familiar with the case and had watched a good part of Charlie Adelson's trial, which was live streamed in 2023. The judge said, "Do you have an opinion?" He said, "I do. I think she probably did it." He was excused. Um, see if there's any more. Everett said he will rule on outstanding defense motions before group jury selection begins later in the process. That way, he said, the parties can make any changes to their opening statements. Everett said he has yet to rule on a motion to suppress, which involves a jailhouse snitch who was close to Adelson, and parts of a motion in lemonade. See who else we can find. Trying to find anybody else, because I guess there's only the reporters that are allowed in there. Not all of them are, because they're in like a separate room where they're doing the individual questioning. So not all of the reporters can be in there. So I guess they're having to take turns. So I'm trying to find, once one moves, then I have to try to find who's next. Yeah, I don't see any other ones yet. They've sent some to the next like round, but they haven't set anybody yet. Right now they're just going through all of the questioning to get them to the next. To the next part. Yeah, the reporter who was just in there said he's taking this thing's hurting my ear. So he's taking a break. So I have to like swap these out. Hurting my ear. So I was trying to see who else had any updates. The only ones I can find are from those two reporters that we just went over. Trying to see if there's anything else I missed. The Yeah, I don't see any other ones. If you have any other reporters that are giving any kind of updates on that stuff, we'll look at them. Those are the only two I can find right now. I think if I was Donna and my daughter threw me under the bridge as soon as people got arrested and then threw me under the bus yesterday, I might consider a plea deal to turn on her. I mean, Wendy, I can't say I would blame her if she did. Wendy, Wendy, Wendy. I want Donna to turn on Wendy, but she would never. Too loyal. Which is wild since the first thing Wendy did in her police interview was talk about her brother and her mom. Is Charlie too loyal? No, Charlie just won't admit that he's done anything. He says he was being extorted. I'm still looking, making sure that I'm not missing anybody who is giving us any updates. And I don't see any. Yeah, I don't see any others. That's all right. When they pick back up, we'll look at them. I don't know why Donna waited like 10 years to do the one-way ticket thing. Girlie should have been gone. She knew they were coming. Makes zero sense to me. Yeah, which, you know, I think that she really thought that they wouldn't be able to do anything. I think that it wasn't until Charlie actually got convicted that she was like, oh, crap. I guess they really can. I guess they really do have enough against us to put us away. Do we know from Donna's side who will be in the courtroom supporting her? Well, Harvey, her husband, was in the courtroom yesterday. So I'm assuming he probably will. But I'll say this, for Charlie's trial, like, he had no support. There was nobody there. Let's do a poll. Oh, we have it in this poll. Wait, which? I forgot we still had the Aaron Spencer one up. Do you think Aaron Spencer should be charged with murder? 66% said no. 33% said yes, but we do know that a couple of y'all said that you accidentally hit the wrong thing. It happens. All right, start a poll. Do you think Harvey will be in the... Oh, let's do it this way. Who, if anyone, do you think will be in the... Harvey and Wendy. Harvey. Wendy. Neither. All right, we'll do a poll. Who do you think will be in the courtroom to support Donna? We have Harvey and Wendy, just Harvey, just Wendy, or neither. We'll see what y'all think. I hope Georgia throws the defense some bones on direct for them to cross and impeach her. She's so smug on the stand, Wendy is. I don't know what the ex-girlfriend gained. Like, I'm not arranging a murder for any of my exes. Well, she gained money and boobs. She got allegedly, a boob job and money. She said Donna signed those checks too. Is Harvey on the witness list? Wouldn't he be sequestered during all testimony? There's normally for something like that, because he's a spouse, he doesn't have to, you don't have to testify against your spouse, so he would be exempt for that. Wendy will probably be one of the first witnesses, I think is what they said, this time around. So once she's testified, since she's having the defense subpoena quashed, then she'd be able to be in there afterwards. We also need to pull to see if Wendy will wear the same dress the first day. That same dress, her trial dress. Yeah, Harvey said there's a weird picture of him making funny faces to court TV. Yeah, it's like he saw the camera and he's like waving like this, and it's bizarre. Yeah, I think Tallahassee Democrat posted those pictures. It was really bizarre. Are you going to the trial again? No, I am not going in person again. This time I am going to watch it with y'all here. As a family. It is kind of funny. That so many of the jurors who were brought in and questioned are like, yeah, she guilty. We like that better. Auntie Deb is trying so hard to get Kathy to go with him. Yeah, he texted me. He's like, asking me about it. It's a wild story. Let's see. Did the camera just move, or am I seeing things? I could be seeing things. He's obsessed. Yeah, I guess he hadn't heard about it until recently, and now he said he's like full in. Yeah, nobody showed up for Charlie. He did have, after, I think I mentioned this earlier, after two of the people, I think, that worked in the office, I think after they testified, I think it was them. After they testified, they stayed in there for a little while. And then they, like, I guess at one point we were taking a break in court and they were like gonna like approach him, I guess, to talk to him. And the bailiffs were like, no, you can't just walk up there and be like, hey, what up? Um, um, they said they have not gone to lunch yet, but they suspect they will at any moment. The afternoon panel of jurors doesn't have to come back until 1:45. Afternoon panel of jurors doesn't have to come back until 1:45. Time's 11:30, which means it's 12:30. So we'll have a little bit of a lunch break. Rob pieced out on all of them. Yeah, he was like, I'm going to New York. Y'all are all doing too much. I don't blame him. They are a very toxic family. Just from all the digital stuff we've heard and seen, you can tell they're. All right. I don't blame him at all either. Okay. They are about to go to lunch, and they're not going to be coming back until 1:45. And we won't get to hear much else. So we are going to call it a day. I will keep up with any updates I can find on today, and then we can go over them in the morning. We'll be back in the morning. And then we'll go over all of that stuff. I will be on Court TV with Vinnie Politan tonight at 9, talking all about this case. If y'all want to tune in, join us. And then we'll meet back here in the morning and see what we can figure out. And I'll remain stalking all of the reporters to find out all the updates for us to go over tomorrow. Sound good? All right, hit the like button if you haven't yet. Otherwise, Lucy gets no treats today. And I will see you back here in the morning or tonight on Court TV, and we'll go over everything. All right? Thanks for hanging out, y'all. I'll see you soon.